Hello techies, I'm Divya here. On behalf of CyberBrainer, don't you think the world of tech is evolving faster than ever? Now is the perfect time to dive in and build the skills that will take you places. With CyberBrainer, we are putting you in the driver's seat of your own future. We at CyberBrainer don't just teach your interest. We believe that knowledge is power, but it's applied knowledge that truly sets you apart. Whether you're diving into data science, mastering artificial intelligence, or exploring the world of cybersecurity, our courses are designed to give you the skills that matter. So let's jump into the session and make the future yours today. Thank you.
Workday, if you're entering into a job or a project where you would be using a Workday. Now, Workday is a cloud-based ERP. Cloud-based ERP means everything is in cloud. This server, this link, this credential, everything is stored in some servers. Now, when I say that means you just need an ID and password, an internet connection, and your security details to log in, and that's all. You can access it from anywhere in the world and taking the benefit of working from home, culture, or nomad business. If anything, you can work completely, unless there's a specific requirement from the clients that you have to be there on your own site offices. It's about accessing Workday now. It offers different solutions. I can hear some beeps. I'm not sure who's trying. But now I can see you, and yes, as I was saying, that it offers different solutions. Under finance, it offers procurement, your revenue and the business. Assets, your reporting, your organization setup, all those things, many more things. In HCM, it offers many other things, tree absence management, time tracking, payroll. Core HCM setup and other sub-parts of HCM on the grant side, on the federal side, student side. Many other things are there. It offered different solutions, and those solutions we have different functional alias part function area A, B, C, D under a solution. If I just talk about this on a graphic level, let's use the exercise sheet here and stop me if you think I'm not making sense or you're not getting something which I'm saying now. Stop me then and there, and I will try to cover up those things. As I was saying, let's understand. I think graphic makes more sense rather than theory. Let's see this. Let's say Workday has different solutions. Now solutions, I'll show you this one. Tenant also, but just from graphic perspective, I'm just showing you here. Procurement, revenue, assets, brands, that these are different solutions. Now each of this solution, let's take procurement for here, for example. Suppose this is a solution called procurement. Under this solution, you will have different functional areas. Now it can be supplier. Go to the government. The positions. Supply item. That, I'll show this in a minute. Now under this functional areas, for example, supplier. Again, you can have domains, not can it would be having. Yes, you have domains and business partners. Process. Once you visualize this, it will be easy to see this in the domain and business. Process. Have you come across this domain and business process term before? It is used in what we say in our case, in different process. What is it? There are a particular process there, and there are different departments or different chains of processes, sub-process or something that. Just asking, is it something that? Sure, I'll tell you. I just want to understand your thoughts first. You're not saying anything. You're very quiet. No, actually. Initially, I was not able to hear you. I'm just trying to catch up what you said. Now, domain is a. Domain is a collection of tasks and instances. This defines who can access. A particular task and report. I will just wrap it up. And what is the business process? It's a cycle. A cycle of events which gets initiated and completed through a review and approval process. Example, supplier invoice. Now what happens is when we get the supplier invoice in the system, somebody would be, let's see, creating the invoice correct, then somebody will review it and later on, someone will approve it, and once it's approved, finally approved, the cycle will end. Correct? Any question on this one? Good, now I'll just show you the same thing in tenant. If I go to there's a report called functional area. Now this is a search bar. I'll just come to this in a second. This is called search bar, where we search for everything. Your task, your reports, your instances, bit anything, we search it here. Functional area, I'll just call it supply account. And now you can see, first column is about solution. Under that solution, we have this functional area. There's a description of this functional area, what this functional area gives you in the system, and if it is enabled or not enabled in the system, and which domains and business processes are part of this functional. We can see there are 50 domains. I'll open it in a second. There are 53 domains in the system. And there are many BPs on this function area. Find it here? Can you repeat that one more time? No worries, no worries. Please take it. No need to say sorry. It's the first time. Start explaining NASA rocket structure. That's what I would say. I got everything now. Let me be a student. I fly tomorrow. It doesn't work this. Don't be sorry. Don't be positive for anything. It's your day one, and you're seeing this first time. And Workday is a very big year. Things you 10 years in the system. Now I cannot say I know 100%. There's something new always. First, they offer different solutions. Now let's go through it one by one. If you go to this website, go from start, we have enough time in the world and talk about it. In details, if you go to their website now, it's a power source of different information. And it's up to us how you want to utilize this information. Let's say for finance, we scroll down, they have many things: financial management, spend management, financial planning, they have budgeting and planning also, and many things for also, even capital management, payroll, employee experience for it. Its solutions Workday eliminate. This is coming up a thing next gen A. They are saying this is going to be very powerful thing. They are going to introduce by next year. I believe March they will be introducing this. They are going to heavily invest in this A things. And using that AI power, they are gonna rebound their ERP completely. A game changer kind of thing is going to happen. As for them, let's see what they're bringing up. Then platform and product extensions. Many people there. Now, if you look at this product here, what is this finance? But this financial planning, that is what budgeting and planning, spend management, and financial management. And they will keep talking about this. I'm not sure from where this website done, but great work done. You can see the customers list and what they have achieved using this. Just these days, while preparing CVs and everything, I've gone for the days where we were putting the bullet points. I do this task, I execute this, go on other days. Now people are more interested in hearing stories. Stories this: 50% reduction in external audit request, 15% reduction in ledger accounts, unlock growth and growth. To be very honest, I have taken few points for my resume from this website only. As you can see, I told you you can use this kind of websites to do many things. These days, people want to hear stories. What is your story? Executing tasks where you think that's a past story. These days, people want to know how do you work in a story format. I do this using that. I have delivered this. 15% cost saving. We save 5 Fs and all those things. That's people mindset is. This is you don't have to worry about it. But yes, things are changing. Time is changing. Gone over the old days. You can see here we have accounting and finance capabilities. Under financials, now remember this, under financial accounting and finance accounting center, analytics and reporting auditory, internet controls, close in concert expense financial planning, global foundation, finance management projects, revenue management services, all those things come now. We should go back. Similarly, they have their AI masterclass and everything. This is about their products, what they offer in the market. Same thing as I said here. You have a solution here, spend management and financials. Under that you have a functional area, supplier procurement, supplier accounts, invoices, that. Under those functional areas, this is a functional area, supplier. Domains and a business process. Then domain is a collection of task instances. Business process is a complete cycle. Now let's come back to the tenant again. You see, Workday solution. Under that we got this functional area, and under this functional area we got this many domains and a business process. At the top this sits under that we have function area. Under function area we have domains and business process. This is with regards to, or what do you say? Anything with regards to supplier invoicing or in finance, I'm just giving an example. It's not what we are going to cover in this session. That we can cover later on. It's not necessary. Now, my purpose was to show you how the things get assembled in the system. Assemble is the word here. How they are assembled in the system. These domains and business process in functional area. Functional area can be in the Workday solution. Away, now you will understand. This is your day one once you start getting transactions and configuration. You will understand this. For example, now I want to see process, supply invoice, to see, this is a domain called process supply invoice. This is the description of this domain. This domain grant access to users with company-based or unconstrained roles to manage supply invoices and related reporting. For more granular control on supply invoices action, you can grant permission in various subdomains. This is a parent domain and this is a child domain. Now if you see this processor planner score, let's go to child domain. There are 29 items which are secured or tied to this domain. I click on 3 dots here, domain, and it's 20 points. We got secureable actions here. You click on this. You can see this name type permission required. For example, I want to copy a supply remote. This is a task. The task copying supply remote is a task. And what access you need? You need a modify access. What I'll do, for example, if I want to use AP data entry specialist, then let's add a row here and we click on modify. Let me show you. I want to let me give the access. I'll give a modify access here. Now, after making changes to any domain or a business process security policy we have, to run a task called activate pending security policy change anytime. Anytime you make any changes to a domain or a business process security policy you have. To come to this task, add your comments. This is very important. You add the comments here and it will tell you that what changes you are making in the system. Who is making changes? Time zone. Once it's done, it will be reflecting in the system. Similarly, we have business processes. Now let me show you the supply invoice event. VP calling supplier invoice event. You can see these are the business process steps. There is one initiation step, and there are further steps of action. Action, approval, approval. Now, in this we define who can initiate, who can take action, and action will be done by. Based on the step condition here, it will done by AP Data Entry Specialist, then Cost Center Manager, then Project Manager, the Controller. It's a complete cycle. And in the end, it will be completed after last step or whatever step we would define as completed. Completely any doubts? Question on this one? No being a bit scary, we are trying to take a chance. Oh, for another all good. Oh, it's good. Good, let's come out of this function area. Now people ask that, what if I want to disable a particular module of this function area? Then you have a report called maintain function. You see this enable checkbox here. If you want to enable that module, you just sit on this enable checkbox. Want to disable it? Uncheck that this. If I want to uncheck, it will be disabled. If I'll check it, it will be enabled. Clear on this one? Any doubts? No? Cancel. As I said, this is our search bar. We search for anything we want here. I want to search a person called Teresa Serrana. I'll search it. And here I am looking out to the person. All the details of Teresa Serrano. I can see all these details because I had the access to see these details as per my security profile. Now, what if I want to go back to my home page? Using this W icon or the home button icon, I will be back to my home page. This is my home page. You can customize it. Now, that's a responsibility of the HR team and other folks. You don't have to worry about it. But just to let, if you want to go back to home page, just click on this view icon here. Any doubt? Ral, basically, it is what you say. To simplify things, Workday is currently being used to make it very user-friendly. The point of Workday itself is making user-friendly things. Because they are that much user-friendly. That's because if you compare it with SAP, where you have to use a lot of coding, low for imperfect code, T code. If you see if anyone has you work in a SAP, I'm not sure. But if you see yes, a lot of codes, and it's going through your Instagram profile, and you're searching for things. I want to go back to my home page. I will have profile page, all those things. Is that easy? That's one of the reasons. Even a person who has just graduated from his college or passed out his 10th class, they can also learn it. 10 years back, buddy, when I, along with other team members, went for the certification course in San Francisco, we had no clue about Workday. I was from PeopleSoft background and I was in the habitual of this left hand navigation here. Click on the arrow drop down. Click on the arrow drop down. Click on the arrow drop down. And I had no clue what is ERP. To be very honest, I just said to HR that, yes, I can do it. And then we had no documents. And just now, you have a lot of document access. A lot of videos are available. Everything is available to us. That time it was blank. No one had heard about Workday at that time. Not that much level. And we wanted to go through the certification course. We used to read. 8 hours we used to spend. Sharp 8:30 we used to leave from hotel, from Hyatt, and used to reach Workday office. In California from 9 to 6. We were there in the Workday office, in a classroom sessions. We used to take only half an hour break, 6 to 6:30, back to hotel and then half an hour break, and again we used together in a room, in a team, in one hotel room, and all of us used to have this whiteboard discussion, all those things. They used to spend almost 20 hours, if I'm not wrong, 20 years, almost for 2 weeks continuously. We slept only 3 or 4 hours on daily basis. That's all life. And nowadays, my trainees, my colleagues, they give you, when you go for Workday financial course, certification, they give you 8 hours to configure the tenant. All this homepage, notifications, this profile section, everything they give you, and you won't believe people are coming out in just 45 minutes from the configurations. 45 minutes, buddy. Has been made that, there's been simplified that. They have simplified anything. In our days, I am telling, when our exam was, then we were shivering that. We were sweating because we had the scared in our head that what if we lose the certification? We did not clear this exam. Now they made it easy. People are coming out in just 45 to 50 minutes max, entire configurations done, boom. You don't have to worry about it. It is the easiest ERP and the best ERP in the world. I'll say you don't have to worry about it. And in between, if you need some additional information or you think I'm just doing this shit, let me know. We will come back to topic, but just want to let that be confident. And then this ERP can be learned by anyone. If I can learn this, anyone can listen to those words. I strongly believe that. It's easy, it's user friendly, and a lot of fun actually on this. This, if I want to find out all shortcuts, every LPSM shortcuts has some shortcuts. How do I figure out what are the shortcuts? How to figure it out? I search BP customer. I'm just using a shortcut here. That is BP Do I find out all the shortcuts? For that it's quite easy. Just type this question mark in the search bar, hit enter, and here you go. Better ways to search, all these are shortcuts. Here, you have to find a worker, just type worker. Typically, if the name, just type the name only to put this column, all those things. Now, all the shortcuts are here. Accommodation, action, all these things. This you can scroll down here. Yes, any doubt on this? No, all good far. Yes, good. Now go back to home page. Again, this is one way to go back to home page, but there's another way. It's twin method, double methods. If you go back, this is profile section. Again, if you click on home page, you'll be back. The system will refresh it and you're back to the home page. But nobody used our right hand one. Everyone used this left hand feature. Call home. Similarly, if I want to search a task, I want to initiate a task. Create supply invoice and you will get a glimpse of it if I have the access to. Create supply invoices in the system. I'll click on that. And I can see now you are getting the first glimpse of a supply invoice would be created. In the system I'm showing you, because I have the X Now Workday, everything is controlled by security. If you have the security, you will be able to do several things. If you don't have the security, you will be limited to few things only. Now if I want to run a report, let's find supply invoices. If you want to know the report name, just type it directly. I'll show you a shortcut also to find out all the reports. Company I'll say GMS USA here. Let's say GMS USA. There are no invoices for this. Let's try it. There are no supply invoices. That's the price. But maybe it doesn't have access. There's no data in this system. Have to go back to home page. What should I do? Click on that logo. That's absolutely. Now I'm back to my home page. What I'll do? I'll click on this notification here now, just in. In our Instagram, Facebook, other apps we use, we have a notification bell icon. As we call it, bell icon, and you hit it to get all the notifications. Here, all the notification comes as part of your business process events. You are part of some business process, some security group for which something has happened in the system. And it's just a notification to notify that this event has happened. You don't have to take any action. Here, you just have to review the details. For example, some report has run which is available in your notification section. If you want, you can download this now. You can skip this one. Some notification, some birthday notification is the anniversary. That, just a notification section, nothing you have to do here. Then we got inbox here. In this inbox section, what we do is, we have the task on which you have to take some action. For example, I have to approve something. I'll go to this bulk approve section. If anything is there for me to approve, I'll look into that and approve it. For example, I need to approve leave some invoices, some purchase. Orders receipts. If I have to approve, those will come here. I'll take action on that and approve it. Cancel here. Now any doubts, questions about notification and inbox? I hope you are getting the concept. It is just our email box. The inbox, exactly word yes, just your Outlook inbox. That's all, same. Outlook inbox. You get your mail from boss, from colleagues. Can you please do that? Can please do that? Similarly, we can do the same here in inbox also. Can you please approve my leave performance? Appraisals, all those things. Francis, clear? Yes. Now let's do the profile section. If you click on profile, this is your profile section. You see, you can have a picture also. How does it look? I'll just show you. Maybe this person doesn't have a picture, he doesn't it. Do a proxy and talk about this proxy also. We're going to use this n number of times. See this. You'll have your beautiful picture here, and if you look in your profile, you will be able to see your profile here. You can see your profile itself. You can do it by typing your name also. It doesn't matter why you want to click there. But by the time it will search and all those things. You can do this. Click on Home button. Let me think of something else. Click on My account. And you will see the options of changing your password, login password. If you click on that, current password, new password, verify new password, and change your login password. Then let me think of this. Change preferences if you want to change your display language. You can also do it from here. Com. Preferred local, preferred display language. Enable preferred currency view. All those things display currency. Now, as you can see, its default hour clock is 12-hour format 0 to 12. Preferred art clock if you want 24-hour format and all those things. Preferred display language, which is now displaying, is English. You can change it to some other language if you want, Chinese, Dutch, Francis, Italian. What do you want? Some languages are available. Hindi is not available here, but most of the other languages are available. Even the Arabic language is there. I'm surprised. This Arabic language is also there. There's Chinese languages are also. There are Mandarin, I'm not sure. There are 5-6 languages in Chinese. Those are also available. Here, you will see the content name. Ideally, you should not do this if you're not experienced, because then you will be having a lot of trouble in navigating if the language. That's fine. Otherwise, just keep it English only. What do is next thing is Workbench. Now, what is a Workbench? It's a different page compared to your home page. If you see, this is a little different what we saw on our home page. Here we got inbox and applications. Applications are nothing. These are applications which you can use as per your work profile. You can customize them also. If you go to the setting icon here or the gate icon here, go to the See Security Audit. Integration, business process, working links, utilities, account administration, that. You can change the order also by using these arrows here. For example, I want to use this Workday Quick Links little bit before security and audit. If you want to remove something, just click on this minus button here. If you want to add something, just click on it here and hit. Now these applications are storing a lot of tasks related to links and the reporting. If I just go to this Workday, quick links. Quick links are this. Workday come Workday, Community Workday, Lease Proposition Center, Global Matrix Workday. Matrix Workday Web Service Directory Cloud Connect for benefit. And if you go to some other work, letter application, for example, account administration. Enable disable data masking. Create Workday account for supplier contact. Use security. For users, you implement us that. You have many more things here. Go back to homepage. And now you would see the page will disappear because we're back to our homepage, not to that workbench. Clear with the workbench also. It's a page which you can customize to have applications related to your work, and you can move the task up and down there. Any doubts? Questions on this one? Sitemap, let's talk about sitemap. Now sitemap has different sections here. For example, these are different sections of Workday from everything from procurement. From the revenue, you can see customers also funding social financial audit, financial aid, grants management, everything from this tenant. These are different sections of Workday. And under that, you can see what report and tasks you can access based on your security profile. For example, in this, I can see only one report, 2 tasks. Access if I just go to some other expenses module. I can see this many number of reports and this many number of tasks. It will change based on your access. Now go back to home page. Favorites. There are certain reports and tasks which you can mark as your favorites. For example, you create supplier invoice. That's a task. You want to mark it your favorite. Go ahead and do that. You have some report which you want to mark it as a favorite. Go ahead and do that. I'll show you how we do that. For example, let's go to find customer invoices. Let's say write-offs. If it's an express report, let's go to sum. Yes, let's say we have this company called GMS UK. Any object. You click on 3 dots, scroll down. These are the 3 dots or related action. Whatever you are comfortable in saying this, do it. And then go to the section hyperlink called favorites. Click on add. If you ask for a confirmation, now if you go back to favorites and remember this is Teresa Serrano favorite, only this is not Bala favorite. I'll show you a way. Now a favorite business object has been added which is a GMS UK. But if I had to stop proxy here, I will go to favorites. There is no UK here. That was her favorite. Not Bala favorite. Please. No, can you repeat that? Sorry, I'm not sorry, but please repeat that part. Yes, that favorite part. Which we saw it's for that particular individual. It's not for that. entire tenant and all the people. If I add as a favorite, that will be for me. It will not be applicable for everyone in the tenant. Simple, clear. Now then you have this audit thing. Now, this page shows you all the tasks related to audit. Audit, academic audit task, background process, report, writer, critical system data action. Access all those things. Everything related to audit of a particular object for tasks and reports, for example, system security. To show all these reports related to audit. Under this section, it's audit page. That's all, nothing else. Then just Google Drives. You got Drive here as just this drive. We have this drive here. Buyer, Manhattan site and display board. My files. You can add some files here if you want. For example, I want to add something, I can do it. This is just our OneDrive. It's just one time, but I am not sure if you'll be using it. We prefer Outlook sending data. This feature is available, but you can do many more things. But mainly we do this one. Suppose now you have this file. You can share it with other people also. I can add notes here. Now I can even edit access, view access and all those things. Now if I just do a start proxy and I want to see that she got this file access. Proxy. Proxy is logging on behalf of others and it's only available in your implementation tenants or in your sandbox, and talk about this cycle also tomorrow. If you're going to drive here, share with me. And as you can see here, you have logged in as proxy user. Some applications actually may not be available. See this unpost now, it's there, and click on this again. I can do a lot of things here. Drive Bala, who has shared with me, and all those things. My reports now. Sometimes some reports take a lot of time because the data volume in them. Content in them. And then what do you notify you saying that we can deliver this report to you later on. Once it's fully run in the background and it has an entire data in it. For that, all those reports will appear here at the My Reports, which took time to run because the data volume and everything. First check an existing ROI org to see how does it look and how does it store. Then talk about ROI org. Just type a org here, and this is compulsory to create a company or a company hierarchy, or a consent hierarchy, even a supervisory organization. This is mandatory. You have to create a org. Click on this org here. And just hit for now. There are 294 early orgs here. One of them is NDPC, we use it. There are 8 items in it. As you can see, it tells you what was the activity done, which organization was affected. Created on who created organization and who did Bala has created. On 23rd of September at 7:40 p.m., it shows the milliseconds also. It captures details up to that level also. If you look at the by organization, you can check by organization also, by the company. I can company level. This is a company hierarchy level. This is the company level. This is the cost center level. This is again a department level, cost center level, and as you can see, whatever has happened, this company was created on by Bala on 23rd September. 7:43. Then the next thing happened is assigned included. Organization means this was assigned in a company hierarchy, and this was the company hierarchy called NTPC consolidation hierarchy. This was the date and time set. Basically, it just captured. It has nothing to do with your transactions. Initially, you have to give this information. You have to create this reorg and months. Your company is set up. It's not required for supplier, but for your cost centers and company. It's required. Once it's done, hardly you come back and look at these details. That will not be required. What do now? Go with the task called create reorg. This is the task name and give it a unique name. I'm thinking to give it Renaissance Communication. This is a reorg name only, not the company, your company. Reorganizing date. What is the effective date? I'll just give Zarul intern 1900 and why we give 000 1900. Whatever date you will give from that date onward, it would capture the audit history of the organizations that were created and assigned. That's why we can do the date here. Anything which is created after this date, it would be capturing all those activities. In the 22, 1950, 1947, 1901. Anything which happened after this date, it would capture those details. Now we can put a description here. To capture new work setup and hit. Once we are done with this, we click on 3 dots here. We go to integration id now. Integration ids are nothing. It's setup in system Workday. It generates its own ID. It's a reference ID, which technical language we look for while getting integrations or using EFSI load. No access to upload data in bulk or to change something in bulk. We use this reference IDs. Integration ID. Click on this added reference ID and you can see system has generated one reference ID on its own. We can overwrite this. I can say reliance underscore communications underscore real that. You can override this once it's done. The next task is creating a company, hierarchy first or company. It's not mandatory you have to create the company hierarchy or company first. You can go with any of them first. Go with create company hierarchy reorg. Now see it's asking for reorg. Suppose I don't want to give a reorg. And you throw the error immediately that the field reorganization is required and must have a value. You cannot bypass it, you have to give it. I'll give a reorg here. What is my reorg here? Your name, any idea? It's in front of you guys. It's Reliance Communication. Put the same. You and wait now. Again, as you can see, it has picked up the availability date from the reorg date. And you can read the help text also. Indeed, when this organization became generally visible and available in prompts, it is not used in any work delivered validations. Just give a name here. Give the same Reliance Global Comparisons. We will give a code. We will say Reliance Global Communication Hierarchy. We will copy this code. We will put this code in the name means when we will be searching Reliance Global Communication Hierarchy. This code will appear before the name. That's what it means. The subtype that you are trying to create here, it's a company or a company hierarchy. We don't have company here, say company. Visibility. Number 4 options here. First one is everyone should be able to see this company in the system. Role assignees means if any role has been assigned on this company to you or to the person who is trying to search this company hierarchy, then only they will be able to search this. They will review this company. Hierarchy or role assignees and members means that if any role has been assigned and you are a member means you are an employee of that company. Hierarchy, then only you will be able to see this company hierarchy in the search bar or in the search results. The fourth option says role assignees of current and superiors. What does it mean? That if you have access on the current hierarchy plus if you have access on the superior, the parent also, then only you would be able to search this or see this company. Hacking the system in real world will keep everyone always external URL if there is a URL link, a website link. You have any, you can mention it here. Otherwise, you can create one by going to this create external URL name. Let's say duo. You can search it here also. Go on. For example, I want to say I'll just keep the link here. I'll just copy this. I will put the URL here and hit. I will copy this code again. My company height is created. Look at the details. Click on the name. It will open up the URL basically. New tab, here we go. This, but we go back to 3 dots. Not assign roles any reference ID here. Cancel. Thank you. It's done. Any questions? Doubt will hear. Or go back to our home page. Now what are the other ways to go back to home page? We covered that yesterday. One more way to go back to your home page. Click on the icon at the side. All the profile, click on that and home. Yes, good job. That's how we go back to home page, as there are two ways to go back to home page, but clearly here no doubts. Oh yes, it's clear. Now we will create a company. To create a company, again the same task name, create company instead of create company. Hierarchy, we will use a create company. And again it will ask for the reorg. Reliance Communications. Again, it has picked up the date from the update here. Name would be, let's say, Reliance Communications. We will say RLC Reliance Negations, subtype multi, finance company visibility. We just talked about it. Everyone means everyone. Role assignment means some role should have been there for you in order to search this company. Role assignment and members means you should be a part of this company as an employee. Role assignment is the current and superior. Means you should have some growth on this company plus. USV hit everyone here. Company currency in which they do transaction or trade or business. That will be UAC. Say excellent you all. We just talked about it. Creating a link and hit again. Do this. Same thing you all a Sonra up. Send rules. We will send the rules later on. Now, if I want to capture it, is it really capturing? What we do? We go back to the DOM report. And as we can see, Reliance convocations. And here we go. You can see we did two create organization kind of activities. One was for Reliance Global Communication Hierarchy. One was for Reliance Communication LC. And by organization also, we can see here. Any doubts or confusion now on this real part? All good. Now similarly, same fashion will create a cost center hierarchy also and cost centers also. Using this cost centers in our transactions, what do? Say create cost center hierarchy. And pick up the rear here. We keep a name, let's say Reliance Global Operations. Our geo subtype will define as the Call center AK, you have the option here. I'll show you after this a couple of tasks later on. How do we create the subtypes? Zandi is everyone here. Added reference ID and its RDO. Once it's done, you can cross enters. Name will say Reliance Transport. Call center. Subtype is a call center. Visibility is everyone. If you want to rest in this call center for a particular company, that only that company can use this call center, you can mention that company there. But if you want it to use for every other company, just keep it blank here and hit change the reference ID. Can you please repeat the last part? Sorry, you were saying something, I said. That's why we kept it as blank. That company, we can use it with all the companies. If I just put one company, then I will not be able to use it with the other companies. Unless there is a unique business requirement, you will keep it blank only you can use. That call center with every company. And production. Now, get one more. It's clear now. 1. Press enter. Also, before creating anything we get the raw data for this. Or how is it? Yes, every value that you're creating here, that will come from the client itself. Evalue. Even the codes and everything. This visibility, this name, this availability date. Everything will come from the client. We just have to key the data here. Initially, when we do data conversion activities in implementation project, that is a very tiring and lengthy job. Lot of data work is happening where we are setting up even 10,000 call centers, 5,000 call centers and on. All that data comes from the client only. Now, as we are done with this, what do? Assign the call centers to call center hierarchy. And we will create the do the same for company and company hierarchy also. We'll be assigning the company to company hierarchy. Now question comes in, what was our company hierarchy name? Think about it. The main company or the company that hierarchy? Hierarchy is not. I think I might be saying it wrong. Reliance is a company name. The company hierarchy. Reliance Global Communication, something. That's true. That's true. See, if you forget the name of now, there are a couple of ways to which can do it. Let's try the basic features of Workday to do that. First thing you can do is whenever you set up your company's hierarchy initially and you don't want to forget them. The shortcut is organization type Reliance. I got all the keywords for a company organization which has a Reliance word in it. You can see Reliance Power, that's not our company. Reliance Industries, that's definitely not our company. Communication Supervisor Company Hacker, definition Reliance M. Reliance Communications, Reliance Entertainment, Reliance Power. Now, as we are seeing many Reliance here, chances are there that yes will fail. Forget what we did, but I think a good thing here. What we did is we went to Ayo, we know it captures our company only and company hierarchy. I'll hit here, I know. My RD has a unique name, which is Reliance Communication, and I can easily find out by organization. What was my company hierarchy name? You can see Reliance Global Communications. Hierarchy. That was my company hierarchy, Reliance Global Operations. It's called Center Hierarchy. IT Department. Reliance Communication LLC is the company. If you want to know it's a call center or a company, how do we figure it out? Just click on these three dots and it says type is company. If you go to the next one, the type will say cost center, easy peasy, that's one way. Other thing is you directly go to your company hierarchy when you had set up initially your company hierarchy. At that time, just click on these three dots and let's take the benefit of features delivered by Workday, which is adding this to our favorite. Now, as it has been added to my favorites, I'll just go to my favorites. Suppose I come tomorrow. I completely forgot what was my company hierarchy. Name, it's here, buddy. You don't have to worry about anything. Just what do you say? Google history or something that we earlier worked upon our research. Oh, whichever way is comfortable to you. Adding it as a favorite if you go to Google Chrome. Link. You mark those favorite. You can use whatever until you want. Regardless of what system you use, you can bring them up in the other system also the same way. Yet, this is one way and otherwise, finding real, you can also do that. Now, once you're on your company hierarchy, what you will do? Click on three dots. You look for a keyword called reorg. Assigning to it all nations. Now again, you have to give the reorg here, which is Reliance Communications. And now you have to give the company. I'll just have Reliance here. And remember, here you can add only the companies, not the call centers. I get Reliance Communication, AM Reliance Communication, a lot of Reliance Communications. But I know it's Reliance Communications LC. Now, if you click on details here, please show the company. Includes Reliance Communications. If you want to look at this hierarchy structure kind of thing, click on this three dots again. And on the hand side, you will see Navigate Hierarchy. And as you can see, our company is rolling up to hierarchy. Clean up. It's cleared perfect. Same way do for call centers also and call center hierarchy. Just have one question. This Reliance Global, under this Reliance Global, we have created this company Reliance Communication. If we add something else, it will reflect here. Next to this, it relates communication. Now see the example. You were saying if I had multiple companies, but also reflect the same way. For that, what to? Go back to our company. Click on the state odds. Let's go. We have a preview of NSSI. We have a lens. And we will add many more companies GMS USA. That GMS here, let's add all of them. I wanted more companies. Now, first of all, let's take the mutual section. As you can see, 17 plus companies are there rolling up to this company hierarchy. How does it look? Now see, all these companies are rolling up to this company hierarchy. Now vice versa, if you just go to any company now, it's saying that, yes, it's including. In this company hierarchy. And doubts all good. All good part. But now let's search for the cost centers. It was Reliance Global Operations. RG Believe. Lance Globe Operations are do. Now, this is a remember, this is a concept that I keep. That now, what can we do? 3 dots. Thank you. I am showing all the 3 concenters here. Navigate hierarchy. I am showing these 2 concenters. All good to hear. It is we unless we keep on adding, it would. Great, what do you say? A subdivision sort of whenever you add a new call center, and if that is getting created for this hierarchy, you will do the same. Adley will not keep cost interesting company without a hierarchy. There would be a bit of a level in the system. Any other questions on this? Go back to home page. Now let me see call centers company. Let's figure out a real report one more time. See if everything is getting captured. And as the activities are there, it's capturing all these companies. We edit this. Company gets there. Yes, we can see. It does capture all the details, and this is the only work of this. To capture the details, that's all. We would be setting up the details in the company now. Company contact information, company text aids. Other aids and that. I want to search my company. What is my company name? That's yes, Reliance. Dominic. Let's click on these three dots. Company added company contact information. Add a phone here. There is phone. Device type is a mobile. You can select online, fax, laser, whatever you want. We will add the address also. Let me one. We have added the content details. Now let company ownership details. Who is the owner of this company? We will add a company, let's say GMS USA or other mans. It was in the new assets. It was the same company. Lance Power, Lance. Gets in the lands on this company 100% in equity and 100% on assets. Ownership text, it is here. And you put it ID and say it's a US based company whose employer ID number is blah blah. Blah, and this is also primary text ID. You can add n number of text IDs for a company. Now, what could be a possible example of having multiple text IDs in this context? See, one can be GST ID, one can be registration ID, one can be sales tax ID, correct? Byte IDs, all those things, a company can have multiple IDs. I just wanted to ask one question. While we are adding a new company, can we add all the details at once? When we create this Reliance Communication LC, is it possible to add? I'm just asking. Or do we need to go back separately and add all these details one by one? Yes, what you can do. You can do create company as an EAB. I'll show you. In single EIB single access sheet, you can fill all the details in one go. You can set up multiple companies in one go. For that, I want to bring this later on, but as you just talked about it, this is the option we will use and say Reliance Company Setup. Inbound means you want to bring something inside a system, that's why inbound. And then we put data here. Here web service will put it should be company. There's no submit one here, we just have to come. We have to put combination. What's the error here? In detail, talk about this. It's saying you need to add some data here, you can cancel. Can it be filled with some data here? It's a template options. You have to populate some dummy data here. And that will becomes. Let's say I want to say the value of Jimmy's. And let's generate special template data options here. That's great for it. It's generated. Give you some interpretation here. Now, if you see, this is how it will look company organization. You can set up the company details this, then time and everything. Set up all. The system is in everything. And you can add more details to it. Now we can see the company reference ID. Whatever you want to set up, put the reference IDs, organization name, and external URL that we talked about, availability date. Then input organizations that, then all the details here, and then you can submit. And later on you have other EADs company contact details. Go back here, create them and say, and then one way you can create multiple numbers in one go, then in another way. Then you can do this. company. You can see we have company maker details, company account details, company contact information, company definitions, company industry codes, company insider types, company text details. There are several EIBs which we can use to upload all these companies in one go. Clear on this? Any doubts? Just wanted to ask. The Excel sheet which you have downloaded, we just have to fill the data and upload it. We get this data from the client itself and we are formatting it as per the EIB format. And we are uploading it. First of all, let's see the definition of it. The diagrams also, but let's see. Let's go to this Investopedia kind of website. Supplier chain management is the monitoring and optimization of production and distribution of company products and services. It seeks to make up to more efficient process, involve turning raw materials and components into final products. Now look at this word here. Involved in turning raw materials and components into final products. What you sell in the market. First, you get raw material, you produce them, you manufacture them, and then you sell it as a final product in the market, getting them to the ultimate customer. Effective SCM can help streamlining company activities to eliminate waste, maximize customer value, and gain a competitive advantage in the marketplace. It is a centralized management of fluid goods and services to form a company and includes all the process, mold, and transforming raw materials to components into final products. Basically, whatever you procure as for last 2 days, we are discussing this. For example, we procure cocoa from African farmers or customers or companies. Then in factories and manufacturing units, we produce this raw cocoa into coffee format. Or chocolate format and then sell it to the customers. In between, we issue the purchase orders also, we get the supplier invoices also, we pay. The suppliers also, we set up the purchase item, we set up the spend category payment. Terms, supplier group, supplier categories, and many more things. This is a good comparison here. Now see here, Workday has almost 341 customers, something I saw. Compared to the customer base of Workday and SAP Financial Supply Chain Management, we can see that Workday has 38182 customers, 38,000, whereas SAP Supply Chain Management has 9869 customers. You can definitely see Workday has more education. Workday has more. It's been ranked as second. It's been ranked as sixth. Comparing the market share and geography customer base in the region, you can see that Workday has more customers in the US. You can get a while less supply chain and more customers in the United States. Customer movement this month, you can see they got 2.42 customers for supply chain amendment and they lost 230. Workday, SAP and compete against each other enterprise, planning human capital management. What is the market share of SAP and Workday? Let's click on that. Is it a part of HCM human capital management? No. Financial management. It's more about the financial concept of supply chain, more. Rather than the operational part and warehouse part, that's it is a comparison to Workday and SAP. Let's go through it. I'll do that. I'm going to say it was impressive and 30% pictures, submitted following the last few releases of the company that they've got the announcements. If you see it's going to be a metaphor, you will see Workday always have more content and appreciation in the market. Understood? You can see it yourself also. And we can have the verdict here. It's reasonable compared. No, makes no mistake. As if we work there to that competitors. It will be their own pitch and may not lose, depending on the use factors. Workday innovation can. This works for them. When you start to look at the complexity solution, because I've been about this much better place to implement and draw attention to customer focus. As if we can play catch up, because in a lot of cases there's no catch up to. As it hasn't won the hearts and mind of customers who were asked to get feedback. I see Workday only not because I am into Workday, but you can see here. You're working in Workday. Yes, I am for last 10 years. I have 16 years of experience in total. Out of which 10 plus years, it's been to Workday implementation support. Which location? I'm working with a Big Four company now. Last 6 years I'm working with a Big Four company. And just to be brief about myself, I have trained more than 200 people. Outside of Workday, my company. And I've worked on many implementation projects and support projects. I do take corporate batches. I do take individual support batches. I do this because I love Workday. I literally want to know more about Workday every day. That's why I'm doing this. But it's very easy comparison. You can go to Google or just go to any IT blog websites or blogger. I'll do that for sure. I think Workday will win. Not because I am into Workday. Because of the UI. And the complexities. Configurations are not that much compared to SAP. It's straightforward. As I said in the first year session, even at TruthPass. Over recently passed the school. Can all learn this and become a certified consultant in 2-3 months. Great. I just wanted to know in this session if I enroll for this course. What you will be guiding me through, it's only a teaching, or you will be helping me with getting the certification through Workday, or how it will be. See, in this we will be covering almost bits of pieces of ignition setup also. The hierarchy setup also, accounting details as account posting rules and entire thing about your supplier management. Your procurement management for your expense reports, your acquisitions, queues. All those things will be covering supplier contracts, purchase orders and everything. Using while we are going through this side, we will be covering a lot of reporting as we will be getting a lot of reports. Procurement. Remember, supplier change management is just a bit and piece and submodule of Workday Financial. Change management, it's not entire financial. It's a part of that. I think all of us are good now and apologies for taking out some time on this, but I think it helped everyone. Just to be clear on who is getting more clients in the market compared to CSAP, I remember my days, colleges, when I used to go from Delhi to Noida. Noida was the hub of getting SAP training in college days. That time, I was just starting my career and then somebody told me, you have to pay 2 lakhs to Siemens to get certified. That was the course at that time, from Siemens. You are taking this course from an institute, Cloud Foundation somewhere. And then you were enrolling for the exam. The cost was one time. It was just 2 lakhs. It's one-time exam one take. It was quite costly that time. And I know that they had occupied 500 GPS space of my laptop that time. Was too heavy. I'm not now what space that takes, but it was 500 GB space they have taken from my laptop. I got another SSD for that. It's it and one day look. At Workday, no space allotment, you just password, internet connection and you're done. You can access it from your phone, tablet, laptop, desktop, anywhere. That's how easy it is. I mean, look at LinkedIn. Don't trust me or somebody else. Just go to LinkedIn. Look at the job section. Find many jobs for Workday. The SAP has centralized for some reasons only. Fortune 500 companies, if you see Workday also, it has it doesn't break through. It has got many Fortune 500 clients now. 500 clients, they were shying away from using Workday because they said it's a hard data. Why should we share with Workday? They would have access to our data on their servers and but they came up with many sermons. Oxlade SX report, SE reports, applications. After that, they won the trust of this Fortune 500 clients globally. And all these big giants started moving from SAP Oracle himself to Workday. That's how. Their data is secure, that much secure data they have. On top of that, it works 24/7, any global location, on one single implementation, one single place. You can live it anywhere in the world. Cost also, get rid of you. You had to buy your own servers, put them in your office, always maintain them. You have to get resources for just to maintain those servers only. Here, you don't have to worry about anything. They have servers across the world now. They have offices across the world now. They're spreading anything. Their presence in the global market. That's why Workday has an edge over other ERPs. NetSuite is also there. When I was in one of the big 4 companies there, we used to have NetSuite. Compared to the team Workday was expanding, it was nothing. NetSuite was only 4 resources and the entire year, and whereas our team got expanding, it's put into 40 resources in a year. That's how it's rapidly growing in the market. It's growing. It's a good time to take the certification and yes, it's just on your CV. You can mention that you have gone through this training. The concepts webs and it helps you to prepare in the interviews. Certification part, let me just reiterate for all of you. There are only 2 things. 1. You join a partner firm or a partner company, Accenture, Kainos, Stat or Allied Learning Wars. I am Deloitte, KPMG, PUC, EY, IBM, HCL, Capgemini, Cognizant, many other partner firms are there. You join them, then you join their boot camp sessions. And then they will study for 2 week certifications. Nowadays they come to India only for giving trainings. And sometimes they do virtual also. But earlier when we went to US, the only thing is that you have to apply for a B1B to USA. And those were the golden days. That's how we used to travel to US also. They had 3 locations only initially. One was in San Francisco, their head office. One was in Amsterdam and one was in Hong Kong. In last 2 days we were going to work navigation company setup. Now we have to set up something about company, which is accounting details. And that is important because if you don't do that, we will not be able to initiate the transactions. What is the company name? 10 marks. Reliance Global Communications. Spot on. Yes, exactly, Reliance Communications. This is the RS. You are clear with the company. What is the company? Yes. A company is a legal entity which does transactions, either buying the items or selling the items. And company is the key thing for any transaction. You do purchase order. You need a company. You do supplier invoices. You need a company. You do requisitions in a company. Configuration. You need a company. That's why you are setting up the company first. You have an overview also that how do we set up organizations in the system? Now our company was set up and we have done the contact details, text its ownership details, and on. Now we would be setting the accounting details, without which we will not be able to do transactions. Look for your company. Look for this 3 dots. I prefer calling it 3 dots. If you want, you can call it. Related actions you want it are, let's take on RA, that's not Rahul Gandhi. It's related actions. Related actions here company and can make. Company details. Now, when you come here, you see a lot of prompts here. Now this section just before the space of these 3 lines. Here we call them prompts, POMPT, prompt. These are the prompts storing different information. Now we would be setting up at least basic details here and then go through from scratch. I'll show you how to set up all these things. Quickly, let me add all these details and then from scratch. Talk about this. Our major work would be completed once you're done with this accounting setup and getting the letters and opening of the period after that. This is a smooth ride. Transactions, and configurations. That's all. Initial hiccups, but after that it will be all set. I'll talk about this fiscal schedule in a minute and I'll talk about this account set also. Now let's talk about this. What is a fiscal schedule? In Workday, sometimes you can find the words a little bit different, whatever we use in daily life. It's the Schedule a new tab. Let me show you first how does it look and then do it from scratch. How do we configure this? It's a financial year. As you can see, it starts from a date, it ends on a date and typically for US companies, it is what? Started of what? That will be 1st of January and ends on 31st of December. And what is the fiscal shift for Indian companies? Because depends on the different companies or is it 2005? 90% will be same. It will be 1st of April and 30% of April to March. That's it, starts on 1st of April and some 31st of. For US and Western world countries, they are different from us. We don't them, they don't us. They start from 1st of January and 31st of March. And why? What is the reason why we have April and March? Year ending we have. There is a different reason why it was. As per Hindu New Year, it starts somewhere in April and ends in March, and New Year starts for Hindus in somewhere in April. As person I had this somewhere, read this about somewhere on the Google, that's How from there it got adapted to April to March. Although we were occupied by UK for 200 years, still we didn't follow their calendar, which is January to December. Many Asian countries are APC countries also, if you see Singapore and other countries. Some follows US side. Some countries follow the India and Pakistan and Sri Lanka. They follow April to March calendar. Now, this was a detailed description about what is a fiscal schedule. Typically, we call them as a financial year. Now we have assessment year also. What is the difference between assessment year and fiscal year? The time wherein performance is captured, or something I'm just wondering. Fiscal year is financial year. Accounting is in the assessment year is appraisal year. That never happens. They always delete. Yes, you're in and accounting world knowledge. We file our ideas for the previous years in. You'll be filing your financial year 24-25. Next, we will be assessment here. This will be your financial year. Now, this is about that. If you see to Jan, Feb, March, all these 12 periods. It starts on 1st of Jan and some 31st of December. How do we create this fiscal year? Schedules and everything, and this posting periods. See. The task is create fiscal channel. First one, you give it a name. Name it just our company. Although not use it, but somehow name it that. Reliance Auto Proprietary Fiscal. Click on this checkbox and you will see the magic power of this small checkbox later on. After this, you have to type maintain posting intervals. Maintain fiscal schedule post to interviews. What is this fiscal schedule name Reliance? I was typing the same, isn't it? Anyways, guys, now what we have to do? We have to add 12 period. Globally, the implementation cycle, the methodology, we just use the first 3 alphabets of the month. Not write entire January. Just say Jan here. Save here. That's across implementations and tariffs. You will find out. March, April, May, June, July. While I am doing this, another trivia kind of questions. Why we call them as January, February, March, April? Someone already decided that it should be called this. Good, Freddy. What about girls here? I don't know. Surrender, follow me. Let me break the suspense here. If you guys have no clue, that's absolutely fine. If you start asking your ER question to me, when I'll be, Mum. No answer, boss. The interesting story behind this is that these names have been derived from Roman kings. There were Kings Juliet Augustine under and Menzel that. They took the name, some part of their names, and it started Roman calendars. We have Roman numbers. From there they derived this name. January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, December. I think I remember January is something, some sort of name, yes. No other. Roman emperor's name. Did you this information? Something not what you say. Something good to know. This is quite new to me. I didn't know this. I was quite aware, but the other ones I didn't. I know it's good. I sharing more information apart from buggy. It helps. After getting married, only I came to know in this world that I don't know anything in this world. Now, once you're done with this posting intervals, we have to go this task or create initial fiscal year. Again, I will try my luck. Let's see. It's there. Now we have to give the number here a name. You can call it financial year. Or something this started initially. It's tough. I'll show you a brother Darbra in a minute after this. After that it will be blink of a second. And it's little tough. It's gonna start it. I'll assume that we are doing this for US companies as we all get salaries from US companies projects only. Lower 2024 would be the start date. Fiscal year end date. What will be the end date? End will be 2024. April, May, June, July, June. August, September, one time after that, it's easy. November, that should be. December, that you enter the end dates. One time job. We did some mistake somewhere. Let's see where we did that. I think January. Yes, no, that's no Feb. Feb is added as 28. Yo, that should be 31st year, and this one. It's fine now. We got started and ended now. Let's do Alibaba's magic. Abaragabaj. Jadi. And just say create next fiscal year. My trainer was amazing, who told me what works. He was an amazing trader. Create next fiscal year. Reliance Communications. Now see the magic of Workday, why people love Workday. I'm doing 25. Just name it. And see it has pre-populated those end dates for me, started for me. And I just need to hit this done. See how many seconds it took, maybe 10, 15. Seconds only and our financial year is ready. If you go to fiscal schedule here, you will see 24, 25. Any questions on this? Just I don't know if this is, I think it might be out of the box. A Workday, who created this? Actually owners of this work, yes. Very good question. Although I never asked this in interviews while I took the people. That's one. Anil Bose and David Appeal, who were the prior owners of People. Soft. They sold out the PeopleSoft to Oracle and whatever money. Chunk of the world money. They generated this wonderful app Workday. They are still the owners of this company. The patent owners. With that money, they created this company called. Initially, they started with HCM stuff only, human capital management, but as they realized need to store on financials, grant student, and many more things boom. That was just the beginning, and after that, they never looked back. If I have to go back to homepage, who will tell me how can I go back? Click on that profile or the 3 line from left. Let's go. No, sorry, not here. I'm not sure exactly. Click on this view icon and you're back to your homepage. Now let's go back. Let's talk about this account set. Now account set is nothing. It's your collection of leather accounts. If you type view account set, we all know leather accounts. Anyone here who doesn't know any leather accounts? I hope all of us know. Ledger accounts know. Debit and credit entries, we use ledger accounts there. Long time since I learned that. I studied that. Time to learn now, man. And to help you out, guys, I have something for you. I'll share that too. 1 second. Anyone who has interest burning the candles can go to this. I have still not completed their entire website. Go to this accounting coach.com. Accounting for free. It has everything about accounting and they explain it. There explained a child to a child. They have the simplest form of teaching this. Website is completely free. The content is free. They have many practices, crosswords, quizzes. That video trainings, many more things go to this. They have everything accounting basics, debit credit, chart of account bookkeeping, accounting question, financial accounting, existing interest, everything. I know this website for last 9 years, but I have still not completed everything. It's completely free, and if you're reading to know more about accounting stuff, go to this website. No left, this is what is this website only. It has everything. We go to the concept corporate. Corporate is nothing but the accounts and the collection of the leather accounts which could be used in your accounting entries. I already follow. Any questions on the account set? No hole. It's a collection of a leather account, that's all. And how do we create this? Simple. Account set. Task name. Let's give it a name. And start adding the leather accounts. Now again, this information would be provided to you by client itself. You don't have to type anything from your side. All this would be given by client only. Let it count, type asset, liability, equity, income, expense. That is it. Restrict it to. If you want to restrict the state account to a particular company, then add that company here. Otherwise, you can keep it blank. As I said, they have made it. Everything is easy. You just have to use the search bar and then just type some keywords. Everything will populate whatever you have access to. Then account control rule set. Let's see this part. In Workday, accounting happens through two ways. One is your operational journal, your supplier invoice, customer invoice, that your assets, transactions, all those things. Then you got manual entries. Manual entries means when you manually create a journal for posting adjustment entries, your month-end entries, your accrual entries and that. For that we have account control set where we can define. Let me show you that. See, we define the company who will be using it, the currency, the account set. And we define the limit here that if somebody is using a cash letter account in approved threshold amount, is this, then anything which they are using more than 500 for this letter account that would be routed for an approval. What I'll do, I know for, as an additional thing, I'll teach you this. Journals also. Sounds good. Let's do something apart from SCM also. I'll show you how to create a journal also. Somebody asked you how to get a journal. At this you can answer it. Yes, and this is quite easy to create the step. Name. Let's say Reliance Corporate, and this is the account set. Here we have currency. We will define. We just add the letter accounts. I guess. And that's how you create the account controls. I'll just show you the usage of this while creating some journals. Similarly, we have for operational transactions. Now how to find for operational transactions setup. Type view account posting. Instead of control, we say posting rule set. And again type standard here. And all see, all these are different operational transactions, cash transactions, deferred down payment for suppliers, no expense, advance expense, payable expense, media supplier. Many transactions are there. Type are there. For them, we define the accounting here. I'll show you for a second. And that should have more data. Oh wow. You don't have, what about spender revenue? My goodness. I'll get this F7 items here. How to read this out now this. Configuration, what you see on your screen, it's used by the operational transactions. And these are the operational transactions. What the system is saying here is that if my customer category or revenue transactions is NPC retail customers, then hit to 4000. Leather account. If there is a project group and revenue category this values, then post to 4001. Now let's assume system went from top to bottom. Check all validations values. It did not find anything which is matching. In your transaction, maybe you have used a customer category called NTPC buses. Not retail customers. It says, buddy, what? I did not find your retail customer category. Now then, what the system will do? It will hit to default letter account here. Here it will hit, and let's assume the system finds out it's configured by a lazy person, codehole, who's quite lazy in his work and he left it blank intentionally, unintentionally then, system will throw all this kind of journals into an error status. And we have a report to run. That is a fixed operational journals with errors here will give the company and That's part of regular accounting team activity. Luckily, we just found one journal. At least it's missing one letter account that cannot be used by this company. That's all. That's how, and it's unresolved journals. There's nothing here. Clear to you? Any doubts, questions? No, they have been too many, but as of now, whatever we discuss and doubt on that part. Now, create account posting rule set. Again, view or create, it's the same thing, create account posting rule set. And just give a name finance account set corporate. Because we have to pull the leather accounts also, leather accounts will come from the account set. Now how to define this? For example, you want cash, click on this, edit posting rule. And you define a default laser account here, cash 1000. I'll define the laser account. I'm using the same laser account, but it will not be same. It will be different. I'm using a dimension here. Let's say company is GMS USA, then you will get 2. This will get 2000 cash, and if it doesn't find a company, then it will get to default laser account. Clear on this? We will be coming back to this many times, don't worry. Now, other thing I want to discuss is a translation rule set. How the numbers will be translated. Again, we will use consolidation here. Let's see this. Let's do this. This is the account translation. Apart from your regular currency, if you are doing transactions in other currency also, this is how the system will translate the numbers. I'm not going to deep this about this now, because this is a little other configuration, little bit complex. Not discuss this now. Once we had some transactions, come back to this. I just wanted to show you what does it do. Then come back. The other option we have selected is journal reversal options. What does it do? Suppose you are cancelling out your journal, then reverse debit and credit. What it will do? I'll show you. Let's assume we had a journal entry. This is my letter account. This is debit amount. This is credit amount. My letter account number is LIN 1000 and 2000. The debit amount was 500, negative 500. If I go with the first option, that is, reverse debit and credit means suppose I have cancelled my transaction. In the first scenario, if I choose with that option, what its system will do? It will reverse out. And 1025 and the 1 would be debited. It was earlier credit and then 1000 will become a credit. Now, if you see if this impact is 0. With me for on this. Now, if you go with the second option, keep debit credit as it is and reverse this sign. 99.9% you will find the first option only. Companies doesn't this second option, what it will do? Suppose we had this. It's saying, keep the deficit as it is fair enough, just reverse the sign, it will become minus and become positive. That's all. Again, the impact will be 0, correct. Do you have these options? Any doubt? Can you just one more time? Let's start with the first option again. Suppose we had this entries. I have an operation. Let's say a customer invoice was there, for which it has hit to a 1000 leather account and this leather account 2001. Now I have cancelled my customer invoice. I have cancelled now. Earlier it had impacted my books with this amount on this leather account. Correct trial. Balance all those things now. As of my cancelled invoice now, what will happen if you go with the first option, which is reverse debit and credit? Now 2001, it will be what debited and it will be credited. If you see the impact, it's 0. Now I'm back on financial books with me far. Yes, now let's go with this second option. Keep with credit as it is and reverse the sign. Earlier it was 1000 only, but now it will be a negative of 5000. Now, as I'm keeping the debit credit as it is, I'm just reversing the sign. It will be the minus 5000 and it will become a positive 5000. That's all, and again impact is 0. Clear now? Very interesting fact about this currency. Once you hit a single transaction, in the system, or you assign this accounting, you will not be able to change the company currency. Mark it down. You will not be able to change the company currency. You have to inactivate the entire company. You have to close all the transactions and then you have to create a new company putting the currency. During deployments implementation, it's very important you keep the currency correct. That's why we have SESTs in place. Client can cross-check that is the company currency is correct. Or remember, if you hit one transaction, you will not be able to change the currency. Now if I want to change this, nothing happens. But the moment I take out control rule step, this will be enabled and I'll be able to select the currency again. That's very important. We are done with the accounting details now. Once we are done with this, we have to go to next task. We have to create a ledger for this, which can store actual transactions. For this ledger is a book, which not a book, I'll call it, is a place where it captures all the transactions. Actual transition, go with this task, date ledger. Put the company plans communications. Here just select actuals. This will get enabled. Uncheck that. This is for more of budgeting and planning things. Not get into that now. Once you have done this task, then the next is create letter year letter periods. Company RLCC, fiscal year. You have to put the fiscal year, which is the current year. And this is also done. After that, we have to open the periods for this company. We can post transactions. For that we need an accounting manager role. Access. What we do, assign the accounting manager role. Click on these 3 dots. Go to roles. Assign roles and assign it to our dummy person called Teresa Serra. I'm making a mistake here. What guys, let me break this. Role would be accounting manager assigned to Teresa Serrano. Now it will come. This was assigned to column the person name, position name. This was the role name. Now do proxy as Teresa Serrano. The task is a start proxy. Proxy is logging on behalf of others. This proxy is only enabled and available in your implementation, tenants, and in the sandbox preview tenant and in sandbox tenants. It's not available in your production. Why? Because it being a dummy account or no, never be a BBE. If it happens, I'll be able to see your salary. You'll be able to see my salary ratings, everything. Oh, they will be BBE in the entire company. Just what is it? They ask me you're also a fan of WE. That's why it, and in sandbox tenants also, it's not given to everyone. They trust administrators, and few selected people get the access. Otherwise, they will get the access to everything. They will be able to see salaries, their performance, bonuses, and ratings. How come you got 2 ratings? I worked hard. It would be hell in a cell. I would say, yes. That's why working is smart, and they have not enabled this in production tenants. There's no even a task. Also, it's a start proxy. What to? I'll see. We've got the roles here, just object. I'll take manager, and here's the name. Poof. What do? The task name is mass update ledger. I'll tell you what interesting story. Now you have to give a here, which is 24. I'm not sure if you've heard this story, but it was quite famous story and it's still available on YouTube and on all the platforms. What happened on one of this money control? Call this CNBC channel. This channel's money control and CNBC. Have you seen these channels before? Or this channels before? See your money control channel CNBC. They were talking about in the morning hours. They talk about the share site, what share you should buy, what share you should keep in hold. Long-term investment, that correct? If any one of you is in it to share market, one fine day, and it's only about YouTube, just type MRF story on YouTube, you'll get it. One fine day they got a call from a teacher. A government teacher from Tilaknagar, Delhi. I'm not sure if this place name. It's in Delhi. Nagar. Neighborhood of all these Sedas and Sikhs and Punjabis. That guy just called randomly. That guy the money control. Or SME, the name I forgot. It's a quite famous investor who gives him advices. He called up randomly and said that, "Hi sir. Morning, I want to ask you something." They said, "What you do?" He said, "I'm a government teacher." Fair enough, then what happened? Tell us. He said, "Sir, my grandfather just expired few days before, but before expiring, I don't know what he did. He just called me in the room, gave me some papers. I'm not sure what they are. There look some tire purchase papers for me, but this says some more. She is exactly," it narrated, "and I have this myth. Share says fine, and how many MRF shares you have?" If I hear it correctly, he said, almost 50,000 plus shares were there in paper format, and he said, "Better just keep it. It will come handy in rainy days, and you can encash them for me. It's just a ratty only dustbin. But before throwing them in dustbin, and then my school days are I'm also having trouble in my job now. But I just want to know if I can get some 1,000 rupees from that. And if I can survive a few more days until I can find a new job." Then this guy was entire in this panel, was in shock. "And this is what you got, 50,000 shares of MRF?" They say, "Yes, this is the count. I have counted 3 times. This is MEF shares, and I don't know what to do with the shares. Can I get some 10,000 rupees from that?" And they jump off from their chair and say, "Buddy, you can buy the entire schools, not the schools. The chain of schools. You are currently sitting on a cash of 7,000 crores. His grandfather made him a rich person worth 7,000 crores. Can you believe it? He transferred the shares on his grandson's name. And what do you say? We don't know how, when a lucky time would come. That guy was speechless. He was not able to utter a word on the call. And they were, hey, buddy, you're there. You're there. And he was speechless. You were sitting on a cash of 7,000 crores. Congratulations. That day I searched entire home. If I have any more F shares. The funny thing is that what you said, no, I still don't know. I don't know. Many people might be knowing shares, but I still don't know how a particular share works. I have that code. I don't know how it will come. But know that. Ranveer Singh's movies there, no. I think it's all the movie's name. I don't know. Can you believe if this happens to you? What will you do? You would be thinking slapping of principal. Next day you'll be working for me now, not you. And that's working for me now. He became 7,000 crores of owner in just a 5 minute. Which he was about to throw in dust. Me never underestimate the power of papers. It's a great story. You just should go on YouTube and you should share that conversation. And somewhere $7,000, 2,000 euros. He became the owner of that much money. You never know when the time will flip. This is the year, this is the company. And now we're opening up all the periods we can use, all the Jan to December periods for any month. Posting connections and you simply here straightforward. You got 12 months here. Starting from Jan to December, you just click on the select all mark. New status is open. And you're done, buddy. Now we have opened all the periods for this company, which we'll use tomorrow. Onward to start transactions. Any doubts, questions about this? Or I hope you are liking the session. If not, just let me know, buddy. I'll work on that. But let me know. Anything else you want to know? Before we start transactions for the procurement, we have to configure few things. We need a supplier, we need a spend category, and we need your purchase item. We need supplier categories and groups. All those things we need. What do? Go to maintain. Basically, the category of the supplier it belongs to, it's from information technology in the company merchandise, NTPC, office supplies factory, all those different things. What? Easy. Name our supplier. Let me think what it will be. Rename it as blah blah blah. Let me think. What exactly are we doing here? Adding a new supplier in system, or what exactly is? We would be creating a supplier. While doing that supplier, it should last further. Supplier category and group. We are trying to define a category for our supplier. It's pre-configurations for supply setup. This is creating a vendor rate, or it's It's a different thing. Nothing. It's not doing anything as of now. CEO Supplier, who provides goods and services. Now, when you set up a supplier, it belongs to a particular category. It is from farming industry, chemical. It's from oil industries, manufacturing industry that. It has a category, that's what too. Our company name is what? Reliance. Reliance Communications. The tower could be, let's say, telecom. Telecom could be the one. Say, Hello Telecom. Something this will make it unique. Hello Telecom. Making it unique, we can change it anytime you want. Now just say Hello Telecom. Now we will create a group. Now we will create all these suppliers under one group. Use the same word here as Hello Telecom. Then we would be creating a spend category. A category on which we spend. In simple terms, the task. We have three options here. First option says create a new hierarchy, which we are not doing. Create a spend category under an existing hierarchy. We don't have an existing hierarchy. We do not do this. Now maintain spend categories without hierarchy means you want to create a spend category without the hierarchy. Now we will choose the third option here. Now we already have this many values here. Plus button here add. And for communications. That's the thing. A telecom. We could be having towers, telecom towers or network towers. We are spending on network towers. We will say this would be used on the supply, invoice and procurement related things. If any tax applicant is there, which is a taxable sales input, that all those things, you can do it. Otherwise, you can skip it for now. If it's using requisition, how it will be fulfilled to a purchase order. Of this as it's a goods, not a service. Did Pallavi join? I heard some. No way. After creating a spend category, we'll get a basic purchase item. It's simple purchase item first, and then we have enough time to add more complexities and everything. What to? Suppose I'm via the company now to run our company. What could be the different expenses? What crew things we are procuring? Let's take the basic one. Electricity. Raw material and all that. That is what you are. Let's say electricity to run our business be our purchase item, and this would be the spend category, and let's assume a supplier name also. Electricity is a purchase item. We buy it in units, we spend them in units. You can say electricity units. Spend category is your utility expense. Supplier could be your BSS, Nemo Electricity Bangalore, whatever other thing is. I Reliance Power. These are your supplier, correct? Correct. Now this is less the utility. Now we need food items for our cafeteria. Spending on food, and this could be dining expense, and this could be you. No, we have signed up a contract with Haldiram. All those things for any food processing unit. Processing a provider. Supplier, then we need some security guards, security. Then you click on the security, and the suppliers could be true personal security. Guards and Gulji for some of these are vendors who are good in the security. Now let's talk about the things we procure. We need laptops for our company. Laptops, this will come in the office equipment. This could be Dell AP Lino. Now we need cars cabs for our employees to take them off. Cabs. Office travel. This could be Blue Car Cola business, Uber business, or some private car vendor clear. Create a purchase item. P. No, PO is different. Purchase item that we'll purchase from the suppliers. Now do this. Create a simple one first. We'll add complexities later on. We had set up the spend category. Did you see that part? Yes, we went to maintain spend category. We chose the third option and we give it. Hello telecom or something this. It's now what we do is its item name. We are doing telecom. Advanced communication needs. What from this vendor? Power network towers. Let's say network towers. We get network towers from this. Now do. Say 5G network tower. Span category say hello. Network towers. I believe we had some network towers. Network towers. 5G network towers. This is the spending gallery. Network towers. We're going to be classification of this will define as a goods if there's a URL website link for this you. Can add it here, otherwise you can skip it. If it is a preferred item, yes, it will show. Requisitions. Come to that requisitions later on and which your fulfillment. It will run through a purchase order. See if you can protect more serial. That's fine. If you use this in purchase orders for default ordering price, let's say 75, currency is USD. Unit of measure. Talk about it each. See more pre-configuration part later on. First go with the basics and then add complexities in it. More complex items. Now say this is a hembird, if not using purchase orders or based on the order here. There is an unit of use also. Then alternate item identifiers. There is an alternate item attached to it. Related work text if you want to add some additional information with this purchase item. We will say NPs. We will skip this part for now. And this is for inventory module. Skip that item substituted. If there's an item substitute to this item, alternate item, just go to this company. What to here? In this company, go to this company. What to here? What to here? In this company, what you want to do with the lands? Take out the solution. Substitute priority then IPART. Item number 4, item substitute. Let's say the item substitute. This one is and that's a steel grade for transformers. Submit. Let's see, we got some errors. We got some errors and that should be order. Start date, end date. Real usage is required, must have a value, this one. This will be using procurement or inventory. This is done. We got our spend category, we got our purchase item. Everything. Now what do is telecom towers? Basic pitches item is done. Now we would be setting up the supply classifications and categories. I knew is not sure if this, but earlier what used to happen is in Western world and happens in almost every part of the world. But suppose I a particular vendor because that gives me all the items on the heavy discount, or it's from a particular race or a region from my the political thoughts match that. Big companies used to give orders to this particular vendors only. Government realized that if this happens continuously, what about small vendors? They will never get a cut or a business from this big businesses and they will fail. We should do something about those communities and all those things. Then they brought up the supply classification categories, where it's part of the FUSA corporate social responsibility that you have to do the business or the orders to other small vendors. Also on classification of categories of the supplier, for example LGB, some people them, some don't. Then veteran communities, more veteran communities that, widows community that. That's how it got started. And now they have to yearly report out of their thousands suppliers or 2,000 suppliers. How many belongs to LBTP community? How many belongs to a minority community? And that clear now. Yes, on the supply classifications. We create the category. Let me create the category first. The liver category here, and let's say war veterans. Now what we will do, we will create maintenance of classifications. And when we turn this plus button here, the category that we had set up to war veterans. And it will give the certificate number. What is the certificate number? And it will be a text number. And then we have to define for which country it will be applicable. This will be applicable for USA. That's all. Our classifications and category both is done. Now let me think. Yes, now we would be setting up a supplier. The task name is, it's a part of business process event. Why it's a part of business process event? Business process event. Any thoughts? Guesses? Because anyone can set them up as a supplier. Can create a supplier invoice and they will process it for a payment. Buying details and all, we have to get rid of those kind of scary dreams. Correct. Somebody can set up if they have the access. Suppose I know that 10 p.m. an overnight batch runs which will process the payment. At 8:30 I will start setting up the supplier. If there's no review process, I'll get it approved. I'll add myself my bank account details and boom, done. Put some millions there. True, that's why there is a review that, yes, here this will go to some other who will approve this. You can see here, somebody will initiate this or that will go to supply administrator, later on to supply contact, a self-security group supply content itself, and last of supply administrator and controller. In Workday, do we have that option, that supplier? They can add themselves, they can initiate the process or something that, or a person from the company only have to do it on their behalf. You're saying you can submit this request and review it, or in what context? No, only submitting the request if I am a vendor. If Reddy is working for XYZ company and I am a vendor, is there any process I I can update the details in the system and it will go to the supplier. If you want to be a supplier, a self-service, something that good point, that is comes under supply portal. Definitely go through that. Good point. That happens to supply portal thing where you can submit the request. You can check your purchase orders. All those things, supply invoice status, purchase orders, all those things you can check as a supplier and you can raise a request also. Talk about that. Also this, to forget it, the vendor details. If they mention whatever they mentioned. Now, Freddy, you can cut off it. I mean to say it totally depends on the vendor payment terms, what they. This should be it. They confirm something and that, not entirely. It's its own negotiations. They need business from us. It's us who will decide. Why I told no currently, where we are, currently what we are doing. We are doing this. Supply chain, supply setup and all. It's part of the supplier management and better negotiations. The more days we get, the better it is. For cash cycle, because the more number of days get, because ultimately when we produce this item, we have to sell this in the market and then get the cash for the company. Also for that it takes time. That's why the more number of days, the better it is. For some suppliers, it will not be net 60 or we cannot decide that, for example, electricity bills. We cannot tell the government, I'll pay you after 120 days, very now I'll cut the connection. You need petrol. You have to pay now, immediate basis. You're going to have to tell this to petrol pump here, buddy. I'll pay you after 20 days. It's a tata bye-bye. This some vendors. Oh, actually some vendors will agree. I had a decision. They probably agree. The petrol and greed. But if I did buy it from a truck pump, that's a separate story. But you have some vendors who deliver it to you for generators and everything. And then you have a contract with them. You write down the number of petrol liters they are giving on everyday basis. Someone is writing them down from the procurement team of guard, security guard. And then at the month end or after a month or you pay them back. That's true. That's true. I was trying to say, if all these details, it totally depends on whatever data we get. See, it's when we set up the supplier, the procurement team does all this homework. That means supplier. We have to choose based on which category. What is the quality of product they are serving the market and all those things. Clear now. Now there's a task on maintain payment terms. I wanted to ask you, do we need any documentation for doing this? On adding the details and just. You need to add what the content you do. No, this is we are creating new vendor. For that, do we need any documents or? Of course, you need the documents. Supplier, all the details, the text, the details, the address. Therefore, all the details you need now you will see it. Once it starts, I will see. Any other questions? Now what to? First, go through the existing values. This payment terms, whatever they have set up in the system, we first of all give a name if we have some discount. Then write down in this format globally. This is a global format, % discount days. And the grace days, what we are saying here is chat days, is 30 days. You will get 30 days to pay. Also, we have 30 days to pay now. Get 2% discount if we pay within 10 days. To the supplier, clear on this? Let me explain this in an exercise sheet. Can you repeat that? Sorry, I missed you. I'm showing a demo to you. I'm giving a demo. What will happen is, suppose we have signed a contract that will pay with thirty days here. Clear till here? Yes, we are clear. I'm clear. Discount days now. Supplier says if you pay 10 days from the invoice date, 10 days from the invoice date will give you 5% discount. Let's see this way. There was an amount of 10 salanzan which had to be paid by 30th of October. Discount days would be 10, which is 10th of October. Discount percent is 5. 5% of this would be how much? We just have to pay 9 fafad. Then the pipette, if we pay the supplier by 10th October, we pay 10th order. If we miss by paying 10th October, you guys give me just 1 second. That's good. Sorry guys, I'm back. Are you clear with this example now? Is it clear now? Yep. It's clear for me. It's clear. Thank you. Now what we do is go back. It says the same thing. We get 30 days to pay but get 2% discount if we pay within 10 days. Then we got grace days here. What does it mean? That even though you got 30 days only, get another 4 days too. After crossing 30 days, grace days are everywhere even if you see your credit card statement. They have mentioned 3 days as grace days, even from the due date. If you pay within 3 days, they will not charge any penalty or interest toward this survey policy. We don't wait for that, we don't pay. But this is RB. Bro, this survey policy that if you pay in 3 days after the due date, still it will be counted as payment only and bank cannot charge you any interest or penalty at all. Know your rights. Be a smart customer for any XI reasons. If you forget, still you got 3 days. Now immediate means add this will be 0. Add this 0 means we get 0 days to pay to the supply. We have to pay immediately. Any doubts, questions on this? And the net 10 days means you get only net 10 days to pay. Now this is our payment terms and we type payment type. In this we can add the payment types. It's applicable for both customers and supplier. Cash, check, credit card, debit, all those things. A PFT, everything you can mention here. Come back here. Payment type will say we're having this many payment types. Deposit, gift. But default payment type would be, let's say, cash. Default reference type. In this country is Brazil, Australia, Switzerland and Denmark. You can pay the supplier through these methods also. It's in India, we have Paytm, Phone Pay, Google Pay in this country. This methods also we can pay the supplier if that is the preferred method of supplier receiving the payments. Clear on this? Any doubts, questions on this? Difference type. Oh, everything is applicable. It is applicable. Setting a normal supplier, Sweden supplier, then choose this option. Otherwise, let's skip it. Red card, I'll come to this later on, not now. Does this supplier accept all currencies? Means we have procured something in US dollars, but we want to pay in euro. Is that applicable? Is that possible? Then yes, supplier will accept payment in euro. Then that's fine. Where is the default currency? Let's say this. The main currency of the supplier is US dollars, in which they do front. Clear supplier security segment. Talk about this in the security chapter. Not now. But let me tell you about this, that when you are working for a big corporate giant, and I think I'm gonna about it. You have seen this. Very closely. When you work with many suppliers, you assign the suppliers to particular account managers or people or administrators that you will look after 10 suppliers. You look after 15 suppliers that. Correct. Same thing here also. Supplier security segment. That who would be? We are managing the supplier. You define those security group of people. That's all. Come back to this later on. We got a supplier ID here. Now status is in draft. We are keeping the statuses active, but if you want to keep old and inactive also, if you do a cold or inactive, then you can give a reason why are you doing a data entry error out of business that. Any doubts on this one? But this, no doubts. I think this is a much easier way. Correct. It's quite easy. Straightforward field names and you just fill them up. And done. Now let's talk about payment terms. We are talking about the payment terms. We based on the invoice received it. When you receive the or the invoice date, you can say based on the invoice received it. If supplier is giving some discount, what would be excluded? Let's say freight, other charges, tax amount that. Let's say other charges will be excluded. Deferred supplier payment memo. If we are processing the payment of the supplier, what would be printed on the check advice? That would be you can put a text, also a supply reference it. Supply reference it is the bullet of the bank area thing we saw for those countries. Then use invoice memo. Use supplier connection memo or none of those. See the supplier connection memo in a bit later on. First, where, second, the basic detail. Invoice memos, whatever you mentioned on the invoice memo as a text. Supplier reference. We already talked about this. See that part later on, or you can say none of the above. Then credit card. I'll tell you about this. We have to talk about this credit card section and supply connection section. Also, if you note it down somewhere, that would be fine. Now, always separate payments means if we have 10 payments to make for the supplier. Send 10 different checks or 10 different payments to supplier account. Supplier doesn't accept a single payment because he has to reconcile the payments and on. Always separate payments. Do not pay during bank account updates. If someone is making a change in the supplier bank account, do not allow the payment to be processed. Clear on this feature, both features. Can you tell me one more time? 1. Take your time. We are in no hurry, enough time. What do I say? Always separate payments. If we got 10 different supplier invoices, which we have to process the payment, we cannot club those 10 supply-wise payments into a one single payment. This invoices. Number 1. Invoice number 2. Suppose there were 10 different invoices. Amount. Let's say. What is wrong with that? 25,050 file is the total amount we have to pay to the supplier. Now if I choose this option, which is always separate payments, it means I have to send check number 1, check number 2. If supplier says yes, I need 10 different checks, we have to issue up 10 different checks. And one thing, if it is for different vendors, then it is 10 checks. Or if it is from the same vendor, it is to them. No same vendor also can ask for separate payments because they have to reconcile the payments. Remember this, as a supplier, I can ask for separate payments. I don't want that you issue me a single check of all these separate payments. Totally depends on what you are saying something. They say totally depends on the. Sometimes they might ask for it's optional, as per its complex terms and conditions. Remittance integration system. What does it mean? That the integration which will be processing the payment from our account to the supplier account. Say in this system the new templates. Just use any of the available services. For some reason it's not available here, but in real world it will be available. We have to check it with the integration team and then do it for it. Yes, this is the integration. Built by the integration team, which will be processing the payment from our bank account, the supplier bank account. That see, if there are children to it, suppose this is a parent supplier. If this is a parent supplier and it has children in it beneath it, you can add those children here. For example, I'll add Jindo Steels. I'm adding Jindal Steels here. Then phone number. And if it's a mobile, pager, landline, something that. I'll say it's a mobile, it's a primary number. When I'm in shipping procurement, it will be used for this many options. Queries. Then add one address for the supplier. Import, this is the primary. That and be using the procurement, all those things. We have to add a settlement bank account. Let me see. Country is your, let's say India. Account number of the supplier. I'm adding the supplier. Bank account editor. Remember, this, then when I come. Payment type. That's what payment type can be processed cash. From this account, these payment types are allowed. Account type is checking. A text information. If this is a 1099 supplier, you choose the option to mark it as a 1099 supplier. We will see that this example also, but not now, later on. We use a simple supplier first. If you have the text, it's for the supplier foundation text status and all those things you can add it. Is this a connection text? Status of the supplier is, let's say it's a customer of our goods or supplier of goods not trusted in this company, us commit. Text, you can add the text ID for the supplier. I'm going to turn Freddy with me far. On this, it doubts confusion. Straightforward thing, you're adding basic details of the, oh, clear. Alternate name, if any, for the supplier. Say hello, vice. Alternate name usage. Let's say, for all this purpose, we can use this alternate names. Now, this is the thing which I was talking about. Can I just get invoice new suppliers? Invoice any other new suppliers? Yes, it. See the supplier portal also. A little later on. Let's do some transactions and after that come to it. Now, this is what I was talking about supplier portal. Can this make text changes in the supplier portal? Text, IDs, all those things. Yes, it can do. Default procurement item. Procurement item. What do you say? What all are required? That one or the company. Is it related to the company? Telecom towers. Go this option later on. Then issue option. If you have to issue the POs, what will be the option? You've got several options here, but this is just. Everyone uses email. Then default PO issue email ID which you have set up. Doesn't accept any changes in the purchase orders. Disable change order means. If you cancel it, just cancel it. They will not. You have to issue a new purchase order. They will not accept any changes in the existing purchase order and if change order happens. But with the issue option, again you have to send the change order to an email shipping. Shipping terms: freight on board origin, freight on board carrier, freight on board destination. Say freight on board origin when the supplier will ship it at that time the freight has to be paid. Shipping method. Say ground shipping and there's a task for this. Maintain shipping terms. And shipping method, and let's show that later on others, I'll lose these changes, is acknowledgement. Expected from the supplier when we ask for the pause and everything. Yes, minimum order amount we have to order for the supplier. Let's say $5,000. Minimum currency is asked, it is not. Mandatory, but it's better mandatory. It's not mandatory. Everything is optional. You can skip this. He'll tell them a bit optional. Enable advance ship notice. If they are shipping, in how many days they will send us the notice to us? That will be 5 days. Related word tags and say. The LANs classification. Remember this classification. You can add this pen category 0 network. Supply classification. Add supplier classification what it was. War veteran. The number we had mentioned, a certificate number, we have to give this is a certificate. Let's see where the others. There's an issue option here. All electrical equipment for the supplier must be assigned to an active. Let's get rid of those. Our supplier is inactive. This approval is in process. Look at the process history. It's firing some integration. Wait for it. It's a proven process. Now it's waiting for this speaker to approve. Just process correctly. And this is finally approved now. Our supplier is active and be using this in the transactions. We onboard a new vendor. And what was the name of the vendor? Reliance Communication. Was it? I'm sorry, I don't remember. But it was something Reliance Communication. Never mind. You see what we can do? We can click Find Suppliers. Then we go to Supplier category. I believe the name was a little telecom, and that was the name. And what was the company name? The LANs complications did we have? Here now ready with us ready. See, oh yes, sorry to do anything. Hey, no worries, sorry, you were just talking about what we had done last time. We had set up the supplier and we already have our company, which is Reliance Communications. Let's look at our supplier wants. And we have to start with supplier invoices and many more things. Here's our supplier, its approved status, and it's good. Now what to? We will be creating invoices. See the entire cycle. But let's do some basic things first. We get an idea of the configurations. What to here is check the business process of supplier invoices. Our business process is an event which starts from initiation and it holds different steps of review, action and approval, and Based on that, it gets completed after completing few steps. If I have to check that what to, say BP supply noise, and before I go further, do what this supply noise. What is the supply noise? The bill issued for the supplier. Whatever he deals in, whatever, what do you say? All the products that the purchase. All those things I received, or I can say all those are mentioned. In there, an actual normal bid includes all the purchase details. Great. See, whatever we buy from supplier, whatever services we take from supplier. Based on that, supplier will send the invoice to us that hey, you received this items from us, this service is from us. Now it's time to pay. That's what a supply invoice is. Any doubt on that one? No. As you can see, in this business process we're going. Got 11 steps here. First one is initiation, then it goes back to initiate. Now these are the security groups or the who would be taking action, either approval or some action. If it's an action, it will be mentioned in this column review supply invoice. This person will review supply invoice based on this condition, then system. We'll go to next step. Again, it will look for this condition. If this meets, then it go to call center manager. Approved by him that it will go further to this step D if all these conditions meet, then only it will go to project manager. Others it will skip it then. It will go to next step. If this condition meet, then it will go to controller and on. And lastly, it will get approved. Any doubts on? This one I know all good. Now who can initiate this? Let's see that part. Go to business process, 3 dots business process policy view. You can see this initiating action here. One says invoice adjustment, and this is create supplier invoice, and this can be done by AP data entry specialist. This can be done by AP data entry specialist. Now what do? We will assign this role to Bala on our company. What is our company name? RLC. Reliance Famications. Click on 3 dots. Go to roles link hyperlink, then assign roles. And effective date we can give 1st of October also. That's not what get. Then type the role name. And it will go to Bala. Bala will have the access to create the invoices and adjustments. Hit now, we will initiate the process now and in between. If we get any hurdles, challenges, try to figure it out. We're expecting some hurdles here and challenges. Let's read it out. The task name is Create Supplier Invoice. And then talk about many aspects and field details of this. Company for which this invoice is getting created, who use the goods and services. It will be RCC, correct? Supplier will be Hello Telecommunications. Invoice dated, that's it, 1st of October. Invoice receive date. That is 7th of October. Now talk about all these fields, but mainly talk about the key fields first. In the first instance and on the hand side, we have a column called supply document received. Have we received the document? Of course, yes. That's why we're getting this noise. If received, what's the supply? Invoice number. Now tell me, just make a wild guess it because you're seeing this first time. I have a supplier voice number here also. I have a noise number here also. Which is this supply in which number, which is this supply in most number. Although it's totally stupid question to ask you because you don't know it. You're not in the process. I'll tell you this is the supply invoice number which is mentioned on the PDF shared by them. Whatever PDF they have shared on that, a number would be mentioned. That is the supply invoice number on their document. This supply invoice number is the one which would Workday will generate once we submit this invoice. This is supplier PDF copy number, and here the system Workday will generate a. Now let's come down here. We have many more fields here, but talk about that later on. Let's get the basic one first. Then we define the telecom towers while setting up the suppliers. Automatically in the spend category as, and it's automatically. No need to put it again. This is the ship to address and this is the ship to address of what it's a ship to address of company where the items or goods were delivered. Or shipped. Clear any doubt on this one? All good. Do we call this as can? We can call this as airway bill. No. There is something related to that. We are tasked to deliver the goods and services. We don't say that there will be no airwheel or airwheel number is something different. I'll tell you about that. That will come under purchase order, acknowledgement, ship, all those things. Instead of going to put it a cycle now. X is not to the now, unit of measure. Or we're gonna measure, it will say by each unit cost 100. Amount 100. Now see the magic of it if I change the external amount here, which is a multiplication of quantity into unit cost. Now see the magic. If I make it 12,000, the unit cost automatically gets changed to 12,000. Now if I make it 10 here, and if I just make 120 here, vice versa, it calculates both ways. Fell into. 10, 120. Now goes into. That's where the signal supplier other word. Are not military as of now. Skip it. And let's submit. We got one error, which is good. Let's see. Error shift to address. Invoice line row 1 first. Let's see. The invoice line arrow. Shift to address is not matching. Let's see why it's not matching. This is what we are giving the shift to address. Let's screw up. This is 15 plus 14th Avenue. 5th cross 14th Avenue. Why it's not matching? Let's go here. Then you will get the company contact information. phone. In the menu, it is marked for shipping. What else you want here? It's correct, only it's marked for shipping. Go to this ship to address by country. Now, this time reminds me Shah Rukh Khan's one favorite dialogue. This is literally amazed by this thing. Why it's not reflecting when she can't? To address to Andhra Pradesh. But I don't have this address in my shift to address once again. And here also it's saying it's not applicable. Let's go to, it's definitely much. You just, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Could be that possibility. Yes. 10 marks to anyone who will tell me there is a small change we need to do here. Although it's not obviously you don't know it. But did you want to do and try? Let's try this. What do? And I'll keep it as it is now. And same do here also. It's 1. I'm getting you up to C. Select it. One more time should gone. What was the issue? The date? Change or in fact you did. Now we have one interesting thing here. Got hung or not able to go to the next step because the next step was as for the business process going to a call center manager. And if you look at the details here, put the process to the cost center manager. This is the cost center. And no cost center manager has been assigned. That's why negative testing always works. 1 second guys, 1 second. Now we are assigning some roles here and let it be first effective date here. We will assign call center manager. And we will assign it to Teresa Saram. Now what we will do? We will do one more thing. We will go to our company and there we will assign the controller role. Rollers assign roles. And keep it as 1st of October. and assign a controller role, because that's what we required. Now what do? We will go back to red noise. We will not change anything, just submit a new. And it went to Tarsus Renu for review. There's the noise. And upload. And this invoice is approved now. Double to 911. This is the system generated invoice number status should be approved, which it is. Now it's not paid, unpaid here. This was the invoice number sent by the supplier. Now the first thing you should check is that click on 3 dots accounting on this invoice. Talk about this. Also incoming example, click on view accounting here. Status of the operational journal should be posted. Posted and we can see it has it. 2 other expenses, 2 accounts table. Now, where we have defined this accounting in the account posting rule set, we go to view account. I'm going to post it on a sec. And you have spent here. We will see. Here we have spent here 7,900 other expenses which got fit. Come back to this. And add our revenue, sparing category here and then see the accounting impact also. But any questions on the invoice far? Around this gets auto updated. No once it is paid or once you can also the payment of the invoice. Once the supplier or the payment is made, the supplier invoice gets auto updated as paid or according to what is that part. See that part. See how we process the supply invoice payments and how this status gets it to pay. We will be creating a bank account also and then we will be seeing that part. Now let's do this thing. So suppose now you have to find out the invoice that you had set up in the system. What to? Go to find supply invoice. Put your complete here. Event final answer. Now, if you go back to supplier here, let's see. Approved 2020. It shows balance also which we need to pay back to the supplier. Now let's take the benefit of other tabs in which is in payments. You click on that and under invoices you'll find all your invoices here. All invoices now go back to invoice. To save some time, I can click on this 3 dots. I can click on copy here. The system will copy all the details here as it is. Invoice data, invoice receipt data, subload of liquidity. Now there's a catch here. If I use the same supply invoice number, let's go ahead with that. I'll just change few details here and there, maybe in India. Now if I just hit submit, I'll get the error. Enter supply and noise number that isn't already in use. I'll get this error. Means I have to use a different supply and noise number. That's how the system saves us from duplicate invoices, as I can change any value here. Maybe remove one, add one, that's fine. And this is done. I got another invoice. You can see here all the details, simple, straightforward process, no fancy here, anyone can create a supplier. Once you did, it's that easy. Ultimately what you're doing is you're pasting the data from your supply noise to Workday system. That's all. Any doubts on this one? Copying feature. Great, now what to? Let's play around with more features here. What I can do is supplier uprooting noises icon. Cancel it now if I see the balance of my supplier. If I just sit here, bring on the 3 dots of the supplier, you can see the balance is increasing 200 plus 20, that is 1320. Clear, the balance is increasing. Now if I cancel this invoice, suppose it's cancelled this invoice. Cancel. You will select a reason. Duplicate invoice maybe. And this invoice is cancelled. Now 2 things have happened here. One, the balance had decreased for the supplier. You can see it's back to 120 immediately. No second thoughts. Immediately it's done. The other thing is the accounting. See accounting here. It has been cancelled. This accounting has been cancelled. Any doubt now on this part? Can we do the what do you say? No, once it is cancelled, we can't do any. If any further changes, we what do you say? We need to open it. Let's get it out. It's cancelled. What you can do? You can add the attachment here or you can copy it, but you cannot do more than that. Once it is cancelled, it remains that. Now you can copy it, but it's cancelled, completely cancelled. We're clear on this. Just copy this noiser and change this to use something that. And let's see the feature of this control total amount. In this one, just say 12,000. Now why we do this? As the field name suggests, control total amount. Control the total amount of the noise. I know that there are lines in this invoice, but the overall balance of that should not cross including tax amount. Should not cost 12,000. It has to be exactly 12,000 for the item that you have received. What? We do now 12,000 and now I'll try to hit someone. Now remember totally what's modest 1200, whereas as I want it to be 12,000. Any doubts on this one? Can you explain it once again? Suppose I am creating a supply noise of more than 50 lines, 60 lines, 10 lines, 20 lines, whatever it is, and I know that it should not cross 12,000. It is a limit. Maximum limit. The limit of this invoice is 12,000. It should not cost 2,000 because I had procured many items for supplier. And now he has sent the invoice and there are multiple items in it. I don't forget the math. Before submitting, I just want to make sure that I'm safe. It is for one particular invoice or it will be one particular invoice. Now, yes, now if I try to submit, I'll get the error. The total invoice amount doesn't match the 10 total amount. Now, there is no track record. Hi, it's a touch on demand. You can call it basic. There is no basic threshold for all the suppliers. Nothing that. Is there something that? What you say for every supplier? This should be the limit. An average sort of nothing is there. It depends on each supplier. I'm just asking if there is any threshold. This is the threshold for one particular invoice. It's not for the supplier. Although we can create custom validations in the system which will stop that. That if this is the supplier, the total invoice amount should not increase by or should not cross this amount. Now either I change this amount or either I change the line amount. What? We will go down here and change this to 12,000. Now I would be able to submit this. This is approved. And this is as for the control total amount, which is 12,000. Now what do is copy this invoice. And you see this option called change approved. Voice, let's see what we can do. If you click on this, change uprooted. Noise, what options you get? You get these fields only to change, nothing else. Only this means I don't want to change anything. If you want to add something, that's fine. This is done and the external number has been added to the invoice. Clear with this option also? All good? See, what we basically did is that option is done. Was there that hyperlink? Was there change the code invoice? We wanted to see what that feature does. We saw that it gives you few fields information to change, not the entire header level. Stop proxy for a minute now. Now I will go to the define supply mode. I'll put the county here. I have the $2,000 noise. Let's go to false noise. And what do is click the supply noise. Create adjustment. Now what is an adjustment? As the word suggests, it's an adjustment of the invoice amount. Either we would be paying more to the supplier or either we would be paying less to the supplier. Now tell me in which scenarios you think it is possible. Why you would be creating an adjustment in the original invoice when they are late for payment? See, what will happen is that suppose supplier has delivered items. Now we had ordered 10 items. Only, but supplier has delivered 40 items by mistake. Unintentionally, he just delivered 40 items. And we said, buddy, if you have sent those 40 items, fair enough, pay it for you. Create one invoice, adjustment for you or not, a debit or credit note, and pay you more. That's one scenario. Scenario number 2, where we asked him to deliver 10 apples and all of them were rotten or 5 of them were written. We cannot have those 5 apples. What do? Reduce the invoice price which we have to pay to the supplier by 5 apples. Correct. Any doubts on that one? No? All good. Listen, there is one reason. Let's say first go. With the reduced price, we got damaged goods. Then adjustment it is 2. Restate now. See these two options. First is increased liability. Who is that? BR. Liability in this lady means we have to pay more. Decreased liability means we have to pay less. Go with the first option where it says decreased liability. Select the invoice line. Now what do? Look at this. Save and continue. If you come to this page here now, scroll towards this inverse line section. What is the liability you want to reduce? The original quantity were 100. I'll say I'm reducing it by 80. What I'll do is put 20 here. Now you will see this. I'll put 20 here. It has been 248 only. I'll keep other work days as it is and try to hit submit. It's going to tell us a sign of approval. And you see this minus sign for 2400. We're decreasing our liability. Let's approve it. Just remember, it is going to. It's approved. It's unpaid. Now you'll find the original invoice also. Here, let's open that invoice as this is approved. It's 12,000 amount is 12,000 for the original invoice, but remember we have created one invoice at this point, also for 2400. Now, if you see the balance of the amount here, let's understand the chronology here. Now the balance is 9720 only. I'll show you how. What do? It says we've got 4 items here now. If you see the amount here, if you just add it, you'll find how it's becoming 9700 something. 12 plus 1 and 13200. And 13200 and plus this one 28, and if you minus 2400, let's see what the balance becomes. Because I'm opening my calculator here, or I can do it here also. 1200 plus 10,920 in US dollars, but balance use 9720. You have to figure out how. It's possible. It's an adjustment damage goods idly balance. As per us, it's coming as 10,920. And the system is showing as 9720. If I just take 10,920, $10,920 minus 10,720, that's almost 200 difference here. Are we missing an invoice here? This one balance, you has become 0 here. I'll give you 50 marks for telling me why it's not matching. As for this 9720, is it because we are adding, what do you say? That the entire amounts, the damaged goods and all. I think that one. Good guess. If you see here, this 3 were approved. Now 1,000 to 420, but this one we had cancelled. See, it's cancelled. It doesn't count. If you do it now at 12,000 and then this 120 plus 120, now if you minus this 24,920. The approved amount, it is already paid. No, it's not paid. System will only calculate the approved amount. Why it will cancel? Cancel means It doesn't count anything. It doesn't impact anything in the system. Yes, with you, Freddy. Yes, that was almost no, that damage. Goods won't be no that damage. What is this one? It's still considered since. One is was cancelled. We had cancelled invoice. But this 2400 is minus. How? How are we considering it in the total? This we are not paying this to supply. It's simple. We supply, send first invoice which is assume. What's invoice 1000? Second invoice or 20? We had squirted some items. Third, there is no invoice. We just adjusted amount from 2400, they were damaged goods of minus 2400, correct? Not pay to this. Supplier. Now, we had done an adjustment here. Now, if you just do a total of that 9720, but we have to pay back to the supplier this. We are not paying out of this Tulzalanzin. We are not paying 2400. Either you can go here or there. It doesn't matter if you do this. We're not paying this to supply if you do this, minus this, if you're minus 60. And the same here, if you just calculate it, it's 9720. Now clear? Yes, good, ready. All good, yes? Now let's go back to tenant. Now see one more thing here. What happens when we do adjustment accounting and accounting adjustments? And normal invoice accounting. Let's look at both invoices first. Because it impacts the accounting also. See what? Let's see the first invoices. It's 12,000. If you look at the accounting on this, it's posted to other expenses. Other expense account is debited accounts. Payment is credited. 7,000 is debit. Now, if you see the adjustment, accounting, it should reverse it out. A page was credited. It has been debited now in other expenses which was debited earlier. It has a credit balance now. Did that happen? We didn't do anything. It happened in the bag automatically. It's happening. And when 2024 was debited and again a threaten to the company, 2024 will be returned to the company. Her 2004 is back with company supplier. It never went to supplier, but it was with us only because we had never paid this invoice. No, I got that part. I kid. Clean now. I hope I'm making sense and you're getting the points here. You're good. Now what we do? Now let's say, what is noise? Copy this noise. One thing to ask all. Couldn't have we avoided that thing? That 400 which is in damage initially in the first place, that there is what you say. We wouldn't have created anything for that because we knowing that the goods are Damaged goods are damaged. We cannot do anything, just informs of that. We got some damaged goods in a shipment. We are not going to pay you that amount. Simple. It will say no worries. You just create an adjustment and I'm fine with that. That is all our record. We have made that entry for our own records. That's for our own records. Yes. Any doubts on that one? All good. Now let's copy this noise again. Now remember balance is 9720. I'll just create. $100 invoice here. Ask your questions. Now my balance should be 9820. Correct. Now create adjustment again. She doesn't have access. Let's stop proxy. And we go back to find the plan OSIS. Companies are late. And our invoice is this. Now let's create an adjustment where we would be increasing the amount due. From this invoice, create an adjustment and this increases other terms. Now, in this scenario, we are assuming that we have to pay more to the supplier because supplier items have now increased the prices. Supply want us to pay with the latest price. Says reasons, or he has delivered more goods and services. Says reasons, this time we're increasing a liability. Here, let's click the invoice and by how much amount or would be increasing. Let's see that part. We can continue. In the next page, you'll get this option. It was 90/20 for example. I'll make it 20 here. And I'm increasing my liability for another $200. Will it submit? Let's do that. It's consulting world. Client can ask for demos and configuration anytime. There's no trust on the client side. Anytime you can be asked to work on the PPT's demos configurations. It's approved 200. If you see the balance now, see it was 98/20 earlier. Added 200 more, it became 10/20. One more time this one. See my balance now. Before this adjustment was 98/20. Now I did one adjustment where I say increase the liability of Reliance Communication by another 200. Now why 200? Because supplier had us, we are going to. Assuming here supplier had sent 20 more items by mistake. And now we have acknowledged that, yes, you would be using this item, supply said as. You're using this item. Can you please add another 200 to our balance? Earlier invoice was for how much? For we had 97.20 then we did. Create one invoice for $100. The balance begins 98.20. Then we created one adjustment this time where we are seeing increase our liability. Increase our liability by 200. We added this 200 in this and then the balance began 10,000 into the link, the login page that we have. Wherever we can we do all what we say? And the mock test, where to do that, the practice and all those things. For talent, the street, at your coordinator or Cloud Foundation support number. They will leave it to you. There only we can do the mock test and everything. No, the one that we have, correct. Thank you. Please do like, share and subscribe to our channel.